Hello everyone, and I am Mage, and today we are playing Final Fantasy plus Shadowbringer side stories, plus maybe some new. I have not streamed for a little bit due to stuff going on IRL, but I'm back, and I'm hoping to get through Endwalker, the rest of plus Shadowbringers and Endwalker before Dawn Trail comes out. That is my plan. That is what I'm hoping to do. Let's talk to Gaius. Severa is taking care of Ali, but it may be some time until her nerves have set. The vision you missed it through. Alphonse and Alex locked her away for her own safety. She is ready. I know I would know more about her brother, about what her brother hopes to achieve, and why we must resort to such desperate. Also, I'm a little sick. Ali's condition, but she remains in a state of shock. Must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing that I thought you. Oh, Koopa Koopa. When we checked her injuries, saw that her back was covered in welts and did this. Seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis, judging by the varied stages of bruises. I dare say this was work of her Garlean master. You speak as though you have seen. I've lived through it myself. I was born in Berlin 3 years, 3 summers past. My mother was a local. My father was a pure-blood Garlean, member of the occupying force. Though I knew very little, rank afforded me real citizen acknowledgement. Our familial ties was the extent of our responsibility he took for being bringing. Still, it's more than can be said for most of his. My mother and I were shunned by the people, treated us as badly as the Garlean not were. I thought that if I were to become an Imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those cast born on my mother. He joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary. My superiors were quick to blame me for shortcomings on my savage rather than waste time on official court martial. They administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to 12th Legion, fought under Xenos Galvus. The chaos that opportunity. While it was never more of a, well, it was never much of a home, still was all I had. Nothing compared me. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. My absence, Guardians had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be a wasted on a savage. By the time I could turn to her side, there was nothing left for me in Warland. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return. I was never accepted by my old countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then that I met Gaius. So that, other than a few scant details, I knew not of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner as such vile creep. I had always believed the duty of the strong to yet there are those who become drunk on power afforded by their drunk by the on the power afforded by their station, and prey on the ones they should be. Like a king, corruption has spread every part of the. Even those with Garlean blood, myself, are subject to. They had hold particular contempt for the Al-Ra, an easy target for abuse being so number. Perhaps like me, Allie thought she shared such treatment once she army class. I only hope that with time, Allie can pass behind her and make a new life for herself. For now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It felt Union turned watch. Let us ask. There has been. Yeah, that's really good. Apparently they're making you stream Final Fantasy 14. What level are you, Phileas? I suppose you're here to ask about Ellie. Is she well enough to... As her condition has improved some, I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. Oh! In that case, try to get on Midgard Solmer for the server. I would be happy to play alongside you. If you can't get on Midgard Solmer, try to get on any other US server. Allie, I'm sorry. What happened to Rex was my fault. Phyllis and Rickon too. They died because of me. My foolish father. No, cannot go on. This cannot go on. You must tell me course. First, I need to know what became you after we were parted. Much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned the newly formed Seventh League. As long as you're on a U server, I can join you anywhere. At first, each legatus was placed by the next, until eventually a man named Valis von Varna was given. He was sent from the capital, and but before that, he was a specialist in experimental magic tech weaponry. Later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varus to lead a project involving anti-primal Mormok weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever method, and his greed power only grew. Some some even say he is planning to use the power of the weapon, lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he ever tell it, but he's always muttered to himself, and I've been able to together. Jealous of you. Dallas from Varno. It's so I first heard that name. Dallas used his knowledge of Magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a promotion at the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way, you, father. He was one of the candidates to the 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Hero, was in charge of restoring the ultimate. Dallas has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you held, where you where you treated those who served the Empire based on merit rather than on their race or origin. Dallas is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred that's stirring away. Nothing good could ever come. I'm gonna go get some paper towels because I have a cold and my nose is running. I have returned with a royal of toilet paper. So the marks on your body are his work. Yes. To Valis and his men, we are no more than fodder for his playthings on which they can set their first straight. Every day is filled with nothing but. I had remained in Garlemald, never have been or not your fault. Have fled. We could have fled from Valis if we'd wanted. After all, we're expendable easily. That exact. That's exactly why we couldn't. In saving ourselves, would have we would be condemning others. If we were to stay, the weapon project was complete. Gain the power to beat Valis, and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its. That's why we might start. That way we might start fresh. Find a place we can call home. And not just for us. For anyone who give your lives. We took courage from your teaching. The strong speak. Gain that strength by whatever means necessary. Fight for the sake of those who. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project. That's why we could turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are able to stop Valis. Know just how powerful they are them to bring these. His masterpiece. Yeah, I could get my hand. Then I could save Elf. Father, I know Elf on stand on the sides of, but there must. He may have called our enemy, or he, but he never meant for everything. I have failed him, but I refuse to abandon him. I will free him. The last thing. Thank you. He needs you now more than ever. Listen, Ellie. I once sought strength to rebuild the world as I saw. But the offense month, I know all. I will do all I can. Sorry. Have the Alliance scouts wherever he. You're the one who fought Rakon, aren't you? We're the one who threatened. I have no right to ask this. My father. I know now why. Alphonse have like Severa, see that Aris must be informed of the troubling event. May I ask you to relay in your body? Loving father act. For every life you've ended. Call it what you. For all my trans. If wrong, or are you that time has come to, for the Black Wolf? Okay. We go here. You recently received word of victory for the Emerald Weapon. I expect another fine play of your on your part. Not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account of your, if you will. Great. It sounds like you had an awful lot to end with. Rather you than me. I shall add this to our ever-growing stack of anyone wish you this information head ahead. Now, if I may say so, like you'll have taken a, we'll let you know if anything requires your. But until then, be sure to get some. Meanwhile, in weapons, displays of adapted. Ah, make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, precious sister, less escaped, has escaped. And who should he go crawling at that swine guy? After everything done, this how she has her or responsibility to fill some you failed miss. Linksy. Hi, cutie. What a cute Swaria. Swaria has arrived. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Of course. Long. No need to be shy. See, something wicked has taken our job to cleanse troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's for you. You, you want him to get better, don't you? Try it. Try again, shall we? Burn out. Burn out the bat. Burn out the out the bat. twisted beyond all. This is very twisted and bad. This is done. You, I thought you were at above the rest of the savages, but it appears I would. And since you allowed that wretch escape, it acted as her. I choose you as the next pilot. Bill Gaius, Sam Bell. And if you the idea of paying me, I'll exterminate every last one. This man is batshit crazy. Vermin there. Yes, that face. Having said that, we'll forcibly initiating Enos's combat data. Whatever teams you be hatching never come. All he back and pathetic or lets them do its work. You as you should thank me for allowing you to become part of my master. Worthless will finally have some semblance of. This is a very, very bad match. Lord Velas, preparations for Oversoul trial are. We await your orders. Splendid. There's never a. Them like to see something. Other as corrupting. What the fuck? I since my last playthrough of this storyline, I have forgotten how evil this man is. My chance. Sacrifice my dear. Finally, weapon will protection and the unfired self. Father, keep Allie safe. Yeah, Rakon. It through to the end, I promise. Watch over. Ready? Ready or not? The trial sequence primed, sir. Get it over with. Initiating synthetic ore sites to loading diamond weapon. Going on? Helping us with whatever your name. The time has come to worry of the of Garlemald. But I said that if I took part in the experiment, let my family go. Have Zenus's data load. Activate over. Good. Galvis combat sim. Organic core over. My mind is no. This is what's what it is. You both. What it takes to protect. I love you. I'm sorry. Where's my prey? Organic core override complete. Xenos via Galvis data load. Test subject instinctively bound seek out prey right from the outset, regardless of combat prowess. I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough, shut it down. Deactivating Zedagor. Power Vault. S. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, next test subject, ready and wait. Sure, you agreed to release the family in exchange for cooperation. Ha 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 ha. I've never had such great fellows from Varno bargaining, testing first place. Yeah, this man is pure evil. In memory. The resistance troops wish to help their newfound ally in Turncliffe. Oh, Wolfmage, I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting it back on feet, hoping helping the resistance, that sort of. We all again know how hard life can be for society struggling to stand on its own after years of it. A lot of what most people take for granted has to be rebuilt from the up. While we're able in coming when it comes to providing basic keeping peace and is safe, there are countless other problems attending to. You can spare the time. Bless you, Wolfmage. Are a saint. I'm sure the people could benefit from you around. Once you're ready, have a word with you. Escort. Wish you. So the boss roped you in, did he? I knew he couldn't say no. I'm going to quickly make a cup of coffee and I'll be right back. Oh, I have returned with coffee. You're the one who piloted that war machina and defeated the Sapphire weapon, aren't you? Thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avinia. Avalia. I grew up here. I saw a scene. I was put to work as a Magitech air engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For decades, we suffered at their hands. Generations of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die some desolate. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield. I hope that my contribution might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, that they haven't been forgotten. Moment, so a memento, a monument bearing their names, to ensure that not a single person is omitted. I need to be the official of conscript for once, if one still exists. I should be inside the It should be inside the Imperial facility town, but with an ironwork engineer closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me. I'll leave as I find the list. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. Early engineer. Anything I can help you with? I see. It's unusual for locals to show an interest in the girl's leaving, but it seems she has her. We're still carrying out our investigation. We place off to prevent any. Bring it's you asking, so I can hardly say. Still, it's better. I'd better go with pick up a find. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. Have my thing. Nothing, nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records. One name in particular, friend, Alcendi, had no idea she was signed to. How did you know her? It all began while we were serving together. 14th had much common, different, but both being drafted from occupied territory, had friends. Then one day, sent by Corsia, I remained here. The day before she left, he came by to foster the youngest one, particularly adoptive father, Ffxiv, parted. Was actually another sister. Can't say strong attachment, strong attack. As far as I could try possible, but her devotion for the he he became at quite a sign of affection. Others, however, them far more kind. They practice past past 14th League. While I was surprised that a Rogadin had such, I was more taken back by the guarded ordinance that and time for then last. After that, I was assigned tribunal. I worked on restoration. I was even him. I escaped or he drafted using a live pilot part of he dreamed not even not not when the seventh league, even with sacrifice. Skill 2. Destruction. Far from. They're biting their. Weren't for the kindest. There's a way I can. First, I need to speak. I have a feeling that War Malkinite beat the Sapphire with cold. Until then, there's still time to make improvement. And I'll still be going plan to build stopping mouth. Before I go, allow me to explain what I'd have done. I do hope we actually get. Probably gonna start the episode while I do. Okay. Short. Opinion. Stuck at level 11. I need some Syrian onions. So how was your time in Turncliffe? I see. Fate has dealt very cruel. How she. Same could be. Seems the liberation of that small town has become a religious. Perhaps it naturally right alongside. Rest until with their tail between their legs. Till that day arrives, on doing it to you and the others and being of the project. I'll be sure to pertinent information in the time taking. Duty in the Skies, 9. The resistance troop have received intriguing information from come at the right time. There, there have been some developments we can take. We'd like to share with you. As luck would have it, here comes the ideal person playing. Thanks, I'll take it from here. Oh, it's Minago! I'm glad to see you, the werewolf mate. Minago! Been a long time, Minago. Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Rolgar. Anyone would think that you're trying to avoid me. But, but as much as I'd love to stay around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business. Following the liberation of people of also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grasp of the like-minded have rallied under the banner of world revolution, and they aim to dispose of seventh league that currently occupies the city. The ranks include many former conscripts. They possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to. As after much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Bale. Many would balk at the thought of turning former enemy, and many did. But despite desperate times call for death, his reputation as a legatist himself, as most Omegans will attest, he was far more pragmatic than the Mad King successor Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Berlit in the first place. So who better than him to take it back? After accepting the offer, requested arms and from Ellen. Not that we have much care at present, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see patients, I've been a person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Thanks, Wolf. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect. Even if he has supposedly turned over a thief, I'm sure having you a world of difference. I believe you're acquainted with our escort. Let him know when you're ready to get going. Warm coffee. Warms the body. Seems to be stopping me from having a runny nose. Nice. Actually, for the duty, I'm going to play Red Mage. Also, we have the Serpent Lord Rapier from the current event. Another trip to Turncliffe, is it? Yes. Revolutionary Commander. Many of my comrades were dead against having Gaius Balsar, of all people, charge. But as I say, if you want a job done properly, hire a professional. After all, he's already conquered Warlet once. I'm so I'm certain he'll be just as successful a second time. It's been a long time coming, but finally we're throw off of the shackles. No one else we can talk to that is of relevance. Random, looking for any guys' companions or story relevant. Snyder. Oh, there is no one. Okay. Can I spell sorry, I presume? I came bearing. I come bearing the Almigan reply to your request for. I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our Almigan have arms at our disposal and a chance? But lest we forget, has been serving its strength thus far. Must be prepared for serving, severing severe casualties will it be brought to bear. Our lives must be the price of. Let me be clear. The Alamegans have not forgotten that it was our homeland. Blood of our fallen loved one. Even so, the people of Werlit chose you to lead the revolution. We will honor their decision. Come to do I. Should I be found worthy of their trust, I shall their judgment, whatever that fail. Forgive me, but might we return to the basket? First, I would like to transport supplies. Oh, we have an ad starting in a bit. I'm going to see if I can get through the cutscene before it happens. This way, if you please. Again, I prepare to lead an army to the irony. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people are desperate from years of their conqueror first salvation. For most of my life, I believe that only fire possesses strength, kind, that only great sacrifice civilization thrive. So I led conquest of Corsia, forcing the direction of Garlemald on the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and every tyranny I sought out those every territory I sought out those the potential without regard for the one both for one's birth circumstance that they serve the empire. But there are those such as Valis who born being born Garlean as virtue one above all. I think that monsters such as be granted the position everything Valis brings shame on our homeland of the good for by my we're running out of time. We are running out of time, guys. Have to go after her. Something I would show you. Not here. Come with me. Why did Ellie have to help her? You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers being distracted by personal matters. This letter was found in her. Dear father, I'm sorry for leaving with, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone, for his sake, for the free, I have decided to know of a way to save. Have words to. My mind is set. Try to stop me. They we the happiest. No matter what happens, nothing. Oh, heading to the 7th stronghold. I am certain of it. Taking matters in. She must be planning to take control. So there's no have to. I want nothing more than to. But I cannot ask. Risk their lives. Rescue. In any case, fresh battles without adequate preparation. 7th Fleet. There are partition army to as capable a warrior as Wolf Mage. He were to charge headlong into the heart of he would overwhelmed. But if we don't do something, Alphonse and Ellis are good. Ellie and Alphonse are as good. I know, server. And so did Sally when she wrote the turning alive was never part of her. Hear me? I'm in Werlet, just outside Castrom's solid. All hells have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke flames I saw what appears to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire found it. We have lost our signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter. A way to end all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning. Bring the weapon project to completion and use free Werlet from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. The revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been on Imperial and Quiz headquarters. They would see it as the perfect opportunity to strike. It's running amok, not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention. But the three of us should be able to get close enough without noticing. And us will find a way to save them. I can't allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. I'll have you know, my record for surviving danger is impeccable so far. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolution stand by, wait my signal. An opportunity to claim Werlet had presented itself. But we must first be allowed to remove the threat of the... Kupo! Okay, I'll take it. Ah. Hello there. Severa, have Sid ready the Jeep here. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. Welcome to the boop zone, population you. Gonna boop the nozzle, what you gonna do? Boop! Sometime earlier in the 7th Fleet headquarters. How wonderful it is to see you again here. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my patience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. Hope you'll forgive me. Fellas, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data their core. Very good. I see we're paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, the primals they absorbed data they accumulated served to a singular purpose. Completion of my mastery, the diamond weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve necessary data from ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived. Sappho, Sapphire, and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceeding expectations. As detailed as detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to spell band of rebels claim the data. Yes, you have done well. My engineers have already finished feeding to the diamond weapon. And all that remains is for me to as its pilot release my brother and the rest as per our of course, a handful of savages, a small price to pay for your remark. Even though the weapon project revolution and an an unexperienced, untrained pilot to fight skills of a veteran, the truly gifted can draw out the full Agora site. In addition to their physical attributes, the combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider trusting a candidate, the one with one of my creators, are everything I desire. Honored that you regard highly. However, in return for my condition, I wish an extra condition before I agree. I request that the people of Werlet be given full imperial citizen rights, the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you. Quite that. I agree. Yes, I grant the decision. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlet citizen if I so desire. Fortunately, a mere it is such no position which can on a whim. Both know that weapons are but a your true intent as is too much is to march on the capital for yourself. Once you have taken one small territory would are a fair reward. Vital role benches balance. He has a silver fucking tongue. For someone so sweet and you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well. We'll soon have no need. Thinking backward province. What about my brother? Oh yes. Alwig? Was it Alfred? Whatever his, you needn't worry. I've made special perfectly why do you hold your side of the now let's get you aboard the diamond weapon. Once one step closer to my coronation. This is the moment I've been waiting. I know this. Synthetic Orosite says I'm all active. Are so good. Diamond Whip, load, scene, sensing, activations. Behold, perfection is. Mousid, Recon, Rex gave their. The others make Alfia. Your side isn't taking hold. But have to want have to other together. I'm sorry, I can't at your side. What's that, my dear? Something the matter. I'm Bernie and Stillborn filled. If you think your little performance had fooled me, you are sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yes, my lord. Transmitting deactivate. Not responding. Ah, that insolent whelp had worried for a moment. Give me a even if I'm her beg for death. Nurse India, wherever you are. Combat signal. Ready. Right. Initiating over. Aim. Mind that. B. Ignoring the shutdown signal. Initiating overmind? But how? I don't care how. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole Astrum. Well, what that was about Overmind. Normally it's called Oversoul. It's Overmind. I was unable to tell Cindy Recon and Rex, but there may yet be hope. Were it not for you, I suspect Gives would kill it by himself. Little more than Gunblade for preparation, for protection. Thank you for persuading him a less rushed course. Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Garland. Well, we all expected another weapon here sooner, but not quite like this. According to London, after it finished laying waste headquarters of the 7th Legion, die. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial force, I'm certain that Ali is on board the weapon. Must be, or she comes to harm, and for that I need the G warrior and transport. See that one thing. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days, Blackwell. Your penchant for gigantic pharma. But if this means warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to shine rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships. I have a more dynamic entrance. Good to see you again, Wolf Mage. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Evelina volunteering to help with ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come in bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my. As far as I can tell, our target diamond weapon, the most powerful of. What's worst, its design incorporates all of the combat data abilities of the other weapon, making it far more formidable. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? He put it like to Evelina, tireless warrior has been, and there'll be time to explain more on the way. Come, the Enterprise is. impresses, but may I ask what the purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a mean to capture diamond weapon. We came to save lives, not to end them. For that reason, the G warrior has been removed. I present to you the G savior. I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. While you and Gaius deal with the diamond weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Valadinian's safe return from Orlet. Hopefully he's taken advantage of the chaos to make a good his Avalina? You're off to save Malicidia's foster siblings, Alphonse and Allie, aren't you? Please do whatever you can to bring them back safe. If you're heading to Turncliffe, just say the word. That's to leave, okay? Once again, Sid and his engineers have proven precisely what we provided precisely what we require before we even did it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while handles various armaments. Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but so we must cost. The cloud deck, now accessible. And we are going to queue up for that. Let's see, it's a 13-minute wait time. In that case, we are going to finally, since this is the last quest before we actually need to do MSQ stuff, and we're in a duty finder, I'm going to go ahead and see if the duty finder is shorter with a tank. Yeah, it's shorter with a tank. We're going to do this as a tank. Tank is shorter. We're gonna do this as a tank, and then we're going to leave the duty, and during the wait, we're be doing, going to be doing MSQ. Actually, during the wait, we're going to do event stuff. That there. And I'm gonna head to we need Central Shroud, or Lenosha, or Western Thanalan. We're going to Western Thanalan. We're gonna be doing fates while we wait for this. as we are trying to do the seasonal event due to it having about a month left. We need to get UB medals, these medals, point in time. So. We're gonna be doing fates. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, we have... Actually? We can vibe check them. We can do Blue Mage stuff while we wait. That's the minion guide. Mount guide. We'll be doing fates. This is a good way to level Blue Mage. Do, 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 do. Let's just do this. Our tank so that we can instantly do the duty finder when the... Oh, it popped. That in my chat. Party finder is done. There it is. We're gonna bring out our Chocobo. Full party. Target in sight. Pin it down. Pin it down. The salvo missile. Threat detected. Returning fire. Big fat tacos, a big fat tacos, a big fat taco. Big. Getting tank stance ready. Tacos, a big fat tacos, a big fat tacos, a big. Big fat tacos. Fuck. Oh, the fuck. The fuck. And I'm dead again. Good thing we have a red mage. Because red is bot. Fat tacos are big. Fat tacos are big. Fat tacos are big. Fat tacos are big. Chocobos! The Quazzies! Fat tacos are big. Fat tacos are. Unload on him. It's back to weapon form. Big fat tacos, a big fat taco. Fat taco. Fat tacos, a big fat taco. Probably gonna go down. Yep. Died a few times. In midfield, hold. And we are duty complete. Over the exit is over there. Hey, we did it! Must reach the diamond weapon for the Imperials. All these years of invasion, places hardly. I won't expect to find some sign the seventh legion here, but it would diamond weapon has already taken them out of. I pray we aren't too. Please take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Now to learn. If you have a cortisone, show yourself. Come to gloat, have you guys? Not over yet. Have an an in instinct about your preservation of or self-preservation. I would expect nothing less of the coward who sacrificed his own to further his ambition. How dare you speak of ambition? You are the one my way every turn. Not for the Empire would mine. Enough of yourself. Ha ha ha. Why, he is right in front of you. Once you hear the end, you'll kick yourself for not realizing. In all the previous models, combat data were unstable. Their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then ideas. Rather than data gathered in battle, I should use out beloved that beloved boy. He put but my by my by my ingenuity, he has been reborn, greatest machine devised. None but the Varn. This guy, you're evil. Holly came to steal the diamond weapon, save her brother. Find he'd already part of it. Perhaps it was the Union she, but I'm sure. Might also explain the Overmind. Why Overmind activated all by itself. Affect precious sister. It's a fascinating anomaly, but and such atrocity. The rot that has crimes are an affront to not only Carl Mulder, and now I. Have you forgotten, guys? I've seen your data, how you, or I know your every move. Such pitiful, a relic of the past, like you. Or okay, what did? But this wasn't in my data. This guy has hit off the wrong fucking gunbreaker. This cannot be. How it says still function. Floofy. This guy used the wrong person to test. Stop this at once. Please let me. Even the names of those sacrificed in your pyramid are. You remember tens of thousands men for the sake. Not deny the blood spilled in. That is why I fight. Prevent wrongs. From prevent the wrongs I committed. You. Oh, that's a lot of people sacrificed. And his head popped because of blood. And he's been yeeted. He's been deleted and then once I failed you. Not the end. Go see your dream fulfilled. I swear. Rakan and Rat. Memories stored. Diamond weapon. The alley. Watch over. Father, I understand. Thank you. I'm proud of myself. I fucking. And I'm crying. Crying. It's been some time since last heard from Gaius. I see. We will here until that was Gaius. Bells from Barrio no project are no more. The opportunity. I'm crying and my glasses are fogging up. My god. Sad moments in games. Seizing the opportunity, Worlet Red Balloon have taken control. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. Even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial is all we've ever known. I might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those they've survived, nothing can bring back the losses, the loss of my wife and daughter. Years since I have struggled to find purpose. Same, same. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. Duty and diamonds. Forever at your side. Kura is concerned for Ali's well. Recent events in Merlit have had profound impact on the lives of many people, but none more so than in shock ever called sick. Ascertain the problem might be. There's a strong probability Diamond weapon Ali to, but for the time, there one other Evelina by looking. Perhaps you go and see her. I think this is the last quest before we have this quest line. If so, we are going to. There you go. Thank you for coming to meet. I'm glad to see you for your experience. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Alamican commune of the fallen, though they may no longer be with us, they, the part of Turncliffe, future generations, sacrifice they were that sacrifices. You were always kind to me. Now that it's my turn. Evelina is absorbed in. That would be a good time to. I'm gonna switch to Summoner. Hope all is well. Traveling really well. I received that Gaius will. The alley and alley. First, we thought weapons caused this, but it seems that there's more. The crew say that this is likely the result of intense trauma. Mind has been shattered. Perhaps boarded the diamond whip. Balance had used side system. Then we boarded the diamond whip. Heard of any of the pilots became weapons. So how Sally? That's one of. There is no need. I already know. Alphonse who kept her safe. Leah and I was all day place to call home, where they where they could live in peace. But after all the pain and hardship, not no, this is not the end. I taught them the strong must lead. Absolute power corrupts absolute effort, corrupt our county. Alphonse strength they land with the oppressors rest. All melee cornerstone. Los India, Rakan, on Rex. Now, has come to see that they're long and arduous process building world. That follow I shall government galleons. So long, I'll get me time past. Only regret if I don't, and one thing I can do, I do can bring back the one lost. I owe it to them to make it. Times change, people change. The invaders soon find the inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if it need for my creation. Say the word. Now, guys, I could fill a book with lives, but what would be the point? Done is done. There's one thing though. Anyone can get through. He looks up the same way I did. Don't give up on her. God, I'm again. It's taken me a long time, too long. I finally found a reason. The present. I would not have made it far without constant Val, Val, Valduin, and Severa. In fact, I believe he has a few words to. For all my life, I've been searching for a place. Everywhere I went, I was all outside looking in. But I realized if I can't find one, make one ourselves, make it ourselves. That's what I learned. Gaius is fight everything up. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him. And before I leave, I want to tell you, stand by us. I hope. And all this time, I've been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit villain I imagined. Ruthless protector, subjugator of nations, evil, deep flesh. While many who fight under the banner of Garlemald Worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notion of right and misguided. Since then, he has turned back on the Empire doctrine. His guilt. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance. Set right the wrongs he the be. I was a father once, husband. In many ways, I still am. But even though they're no longer with me, I want someone proud of. Now, I too have land far from. I'll never forget my past, but will I be with? I meet the people. I'll be sure to tell their bravery, passion. May it grant them the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Valiant and Severa, I will work together for the first. Well, here they. Made these charming. They were found seventhly, one of the few areas that escaped Mage following the diamond web. Perhaps that mean you no harm. On your forehead, my name is Gaius Belsar. Like Sanfarno, I was Gatus. Well, I believe I was fighting. As my quest came near. Young men, not so different from yourself, stood up to protect their dad. Finally, father, I struggle to come to terms with. They have entrusted nothing to soldier. Honored to have your support. Eddie's life, not Gary. Steps out of line. Though they were fortunate, destruction, Astrum injured well, have the region. Seems the time has come for us to go. I myself sincerely believe it's bitter adversary. My encounters very idea feels as this strength. Those who grasp power are said to be, for better or worse, they are far more complex creatures. You know that true strength but is not granted by strength of self. Therein lies power to cast from any adversary. And I am firm has the strength. Seems like we'll have common Lester promised now. Process of establishing independent government, the independent government world underway. Power. Further, you mean? Oh, revolution not be under. That reminds me. You were passing by Porta Pretatora station there. Wish your give them my. I hope that when our paths cross, glad tidings. Guys, come. Welcome back, Wolf. Congratulations on the hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. What can you diamond weapon? Relgar's beard. Even for the Empire, that oh, poor orphan. I can only pray that they are able to Gaius is very least longer live in fear of monsters birthed by the weapon. I shall add your account to. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Arziev, allow me to screen. Oh! The memories stored in the diamond weapon value. Actions? Man, I'm crying. Alright, I can't voice act when I'm crying. Objections? These are his memories. Her memories. world without you. That's why. Not yet, Ellie. That's not your time. Others still need to take care of him in our place. You're worried about Alphonse. But you to see the world for yourself. You'll forever be at your side. Wait. God damn it, I can't read very well while I'm the only one left. I'll never be alone. Mother. Looking feels. It. New Game Plus is now accessible for that storyline. But we are now going to do MSQ. Because now we have done all the mainline stories that need to be done before continuing the MSQ. Those being Eden, your hot quest line, as well as the weapon quest. Meaning we can proceed on with the main scenario. God, that gave me tears. Okay. So when we actually last left off, we had gotten everyone back to the source, out of danger of being erased from existence. Let's talk to each of them. Alpha Node? Thanks to your report, I had known that all was well in the source, but there is no relief like seeing our comrades again with my... If possible, I'd like to thank Finian in person for the help he lent us while we were away. But it seems he has not been heard from such as until such time as we meet again. I shall pray for his well-being and take the absence of tidings as I do with our friends in Alize. While things are quiet, I think I'll move my body around. Need to get used to the new tricks I learned. To that end, I'll round up Harry through Corey and his for a spot of sparring. Oh, and Graha too. in my capacity as his, I'm obliged. He is going to have fun with him. Uh, Rahatia. I suppose we ought to take stock of this by forestalling the Eighth Umbral Calamity. We have unwritten history. The future now lies beyond my ken. None can say what awaits, but so long as together, I doubt but that we can overcome it all. Have always been done so. The what else? I think they're in the cellar. I will talk to Tataru when I come out of the cellar. With Arianje. By that account, the 14th seat of the convocation was at the title at the titles this ring. I imagine I'm imagining could not but fall fall but could not fall but run wild. From Azima, Gordon, Azim, Dawnfather, Far East. Nigh every corner of Heidelin do these deities revered as personifications of the sun. Could they all perhaps trace their origins in the 14th century? I did mean, though it may nearer be proven otherwise. Such a theory, I do believe, lieth firmly within the possibility. Though only a short time has passed in the source, for me it has been several years long. It is passing strange to see how little has changed the rising stones. Sometimes I can't help but feel as if I'm dreaming. Then I see the equipment Tataru prepared for us. It helps bring me back to reality. Being continued to fight in the first, must Yashtola. As you know, the Seeker of the Sun culture, the Seeker of the Sun culture, title Tia indicates does not preside over territory. In regards to this, Alphanode came to consultation. The Crystarium may not be a territory, but he said, but our friend governed with leadership. As such, not be inappropriate to call him Tia, as it is by no means respectful to it title. I told Alphanote that he is free to do if he wishes, but I, for one, intend to call him by his full name, at least until he decides what he wants for himself. Tia means you do not preside over a territory, and since Grahatia did, in fact, preside over a territory in the first, he went by Crystal Exart and Raha. Not mean to talk to you. Tataru! Everyone likes the garments I prepared for them. The time I spent polishing my skills wasn't in vain. In case you're wondering, Grahati is an outfit suited for traveling well. Weapon it uses of the Crystal Tower as a focus. Brilliant, right? Now I know we probably should go around chipping bits of Algon relics, off bits of Algon, but it was just one little. Alize's quest. Trial's eyes light up at the sight of you. Oh, greetings, Mage. Come to look in on our friends. Rest assured everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them and have satisfied myself that they are all fine in health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we? Hopefully this is voice acted.
Well, my friends,
Yep, I'm
now
gonna
that
mute
we
my
have
mic.
all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well. Welcome back, everyone!
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over? That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lise Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
I don't believe we've met. Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it. Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? All right, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald, and we shall be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Ah, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you use to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
Meeting, lead on.
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
Taru? Don't worry. I can say with confidence that Graha is dressed up for anything. When Yashtola is about, one cannot afford the slightest slip. When I set out to save Halric, I think Gabu was on the back of my mind, and having proven that the light corrupted are not lost, I'm convinced that the same must be true of the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by Sin Eaters, the aether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alize. Warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness. Not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Becklug would remind us, we still know little about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since grounded to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not to mention scholars. Not the modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Allagons took a more than passing interest in the subject. If we seek to be found, and if we seek to be found, and if what we seek to is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Aether O Chemical Research Facility. Where they experimented on primals and their worshippers. Good thinking. I've never exactly been there myself. But I did read the reports on Azaslaw. Means we'll be needing an airship, you say. Meet me at the northern bank of Silver Tear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared for travel. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Really quick. Okay. Turns out my lunch is ready, so I'm going to take a quick lunch break. But first, I'm gonna get out of this building. And we're gonna put it on idle cam. And I'm gonna put it on BRB time for food. And I'm gonna step away for lunch. Be right back. Hello, I am back from a terrible lunch. Basically, they gave me mashed potatoes, which was fine, and a piece of meat that was rock hard, which was not fine. I can't do something that's hard as a rock. I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stones and some of her luck. I named her for luck and personality. Katara, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere with. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship, I see the animals not to exaggerate the many tales of the Scion's fabled coinkeeper. I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't quite go as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fellow here instead. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around as a. But enough talk. Time to fly. All aboard? Sorry for earlier in the stream voice not being, well, audible if anything, because I was having technical difficulties. Also, I just realized I never connected this. Launched it, but did not connect it. Did I ever mention that I was fond of flying? Because I am. Be it on an airship, an Amoro, or a chocobo, there's nothing so exhilarating as feeling the wind on your face as the horizon unfolds before you. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Nataru has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are on Azisla, and Alpha Note's report did not do the scale of this place justice. So this is where you had your reckoning with Thor. I wish I'd been there. I've been with you. Wisdom of Alec. Rahatia surveys his surroundings with an expectant glint in his eye. This appears to be the helix, which means we stand on the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies Beta Quadrant, and yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Azisla, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I'm mistaken, the path leads... Fucking Christ! Why? Why? Thank you for this scare, Xerix, but why? Unless I'm mistaken, this path leads to the right, beyond which there will be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. Realist, Xerix used the screamer sound redeem, which scared the crap out of me, as it always does. Because it's funny when I get scared the crap out of, and you guys enjoy it. Or content, in other words. Time for our authority on our elegant artifacts to show what he can do. And here's the terminal, a moment while I search the archives for reference to temporary. Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption and overfree. That sounds promising. Indeed, let us see what this report has to say. Confounded. The contents appear to have been deleted. What? No. Isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid, but it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is where to look. It says here the report was written by someone named Owen. It is likely that he kept a copy. I would say it is a decent possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have had quite quarters in the Hemisphere. We can ascertain the details at the Hemispheres. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We will need them to reach our destination. I forget. You already have a suitable means of transportation, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship. Then, see you at the Hemisphere. Let's see what we get on the roulette. Squirrel. Big cat. Yeah, I have a couple sounds that are meant to scare me. And some that aren't meant to do so that do so anyway. Gonna turn on the fan. Seems I went too high. Oh, I have plenty of clips of people scaring me with my various sound alerts. I know the feeling. Um, this is, welcome to the Ffxiv. Roll. How may I assist you? Manicator appears to be ironwork made, and I dare say Tatara will craft her own soon enough. Of the late Owen, if the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this node will be able to tell us its number. Yeah, my basically on my Twitch, if you like go to my page when I'm offline, it'll play one of my clips. There, from what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of warning. An evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Ffxiv is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the Fourth Umbral Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy levels critical, returning to base of research. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example, or will we, or ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the lock. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant aether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that this was the records too? A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning aspected aether was prone to pool on the continent, resulting in surges that interfere with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much Allagan knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me feel connected to the source. I must have explored the facility 1,000 times, mind, but to finally stand here with you two is more exhilarating than well expressed. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant. Oh, but be aware of sprites. They are wont to manifest where the aether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. First to return here with a shard wins. But do you say? Very well. It will be my honor to come third. See what the roulette gives us. Orb! Orb. Theta quadrant. Looks like it's in a cave. Okay. Gotta find a way into the frickin' cave. So that looks like a way in. Nope. There we go. There's a way in. This is the one downside about area discovered. Aha! Small pathway. Oh, there's bait. There's a lightning shard. I just realized I don't have my carbuncle out. There we go. Bravo! That was quite a show, adventurer. Why not? Why the spectacle goal proved so enthralling that I thought the prize slipped my mind. The thought of the prize, all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little. Congratulations. Lightning shard is yours. Ah. What? No dramatic entrance? You've changed. You remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all. Well, the contest continues. So you had better right back. But one last thing. Thank you, Wolf Mage, for bringing me here. Let's see. Mount up. Let's see. Oh, I didn't mean to summon Chocobo, but Floofy Plume is now here. Let's see what we get on the roulette. We get a carbuncle. Bunkle car. Ruby Light carbuncle. I think this is Ruby Light. Red one, Ruby Light? Yep, Ruby Light. I also have Aquamarine and Citrine carbuncles. I hope they someday give us the Moonstone and Obsidian carbuncles that Alpha Node has during the story. I want them. You have a shard? Then you win. I searched high and low, but couldn't find so much as a trace of stagnant ether. It appears that Lizzie had no luck. The victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, if I may have the shard. Yep. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? That is a question I have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Mage, and not only about the secrets of adventuring, but come, we should attend to our mission. Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Hemisphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security system within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I'm right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes, but if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I won't want you to promise that you'll get out of there at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Well, nothing for it but to sit tight. If this is voice acted, I'm going to mute. Sad. I'm sure this Oswin fellow was very learned, but Akon corruption and an overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all had right one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of ether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphanotes was more philosophical, of course. Poetical, I dare say. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Charlian's knowledge would rightly be used to protect all life on the star. direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphanode was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open, but deep down he still holds fast to that one belief. I admire him for it. I should have liked to meet the young Alphanode. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Elegon civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the museum. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the students of Baldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good guards, and Archon's thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved, but enough about that. Is this the fruits of your foray? Yes, Owen's archive, no. It was waiting for me in Chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it would be stored in the... Shall we find out? Keep initializing, scanning for registered user. User not found. Proceed as guest. Please complete biometric authentication. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of royal family. I am at your humble service, Your Highness. It never crossed ceases to amaze me. It is but a pity the effects will not last forever. Doga and Undi said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption. Overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Oh, come on then, Your Highness. Tell the node password. Glory be to Allen? Long live Emperor's Sunday. Password incorrect. Please try again. Found it. No, passwords are inevitably short and simple. For instance, password. The notion that the password could be something so insane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your candidate in hmm, Wild Rose Courage. Courage. Incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior President of His Highness will not be tolerated. That's it. I say we dismantle it and manually and extract what we need. No. Let it. Let's not be too hasty. A single misstep, and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperation, it's them. Let's bear the node back to the Rising Stone. Please tell me I don't have to walk all back to the Rising Stones. Over. I do. Threat detected. Is angry. Fine, I'll let Sid try his hand first. But if that doesn't work, we're doing it my way. Revealing the legacy. Rahatia seems eager to bear the note away. Validated or tempered if nothing else. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Ramboros did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext. However much I might look forward to seeing him again, him and everyone, but come, let us be on our way. Look at him, all but running. How sweet. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? Have to travel. Luckily, my teleport to this place costs 0. Pray return to the Rising Stone. let's level Red Mage. Do this as Red Mage. Trials back 2. I wonder what was discussed at the council. I'm pleased to see your mission was a success, and in no small part due to the bonanza. I take it you have news to share. So do I. Large, lowborn presence detected. Wait, what? Deep, large, lowborn presence detected. Wonderful news, Wolf Mage. Shincharu contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way, even as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Cryo? As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to certain recent events in Garland. According to intelligence from our Domin allies, the War of Succession rages on, and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial Legion and legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of great concern to us is the Third Legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Boris Brutus. Brutus, aren't they the ones who took in Yotsuyu and Asai? This bodes doesn't. Enos's movement while remain shrouded in. We're hoping that Thancred Oriange will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict, so they think it's part. So thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they have decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues of peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem solved. The Lemensons in particular struggle in their efforts, and Alfnode and Yushtola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we are dealing with tempering, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make ourselves comfortable in Dawn's Respite? I'll show Sid. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's Respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives. I wonder what would happen if... Because that thing said large. Large lowborn detected. Wonder what happened if you're. Also, since Spraylius said you wanted to start playing this game, I could give you a code called a recruit a friend code that will basically give you items and me items upon you starting to subscribe to the game. If you would like that. Hey. Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early, and I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. Oh, it would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. Oh, I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing space-time seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something? What is it? Oh well, a treatment for tampering. And for the next step, you need to find the password of this Alagon report. Just so, with nary a clue to guide us, we could be as here forever if and still not guess correctly, and thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help, or so I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating what might happen. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Ramboros. It contains an Alagon direct dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to the terminal and set to work right away. Looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would mildly. Note open the report entitled Icon Corruption and Overview. Password freedom. Password accepted. Opening report. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanisms by which icons corrupt and bind their bend to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the aether of the soul. Said ether ordinarily equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes. Their souls take on the properties of the entity in question. By way of an example, exposure to the aether of the fiend, Sephiroth, would cause subjects' ether to become aligned with the element of earth. As consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with earth aspective magics as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. The change undergone by the subject are not solely attributed to the element alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes utterly changed, umbrally charged, and stagnant during the process. This stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, and the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner, the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the. Having discerned the mechanisms of icon corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were similarly put to. I subsequently submitted a proposal of investigating potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Almond. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision. For my impudence, I have been stripped of rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archive. Nonetheless, I shall record it in the hopes that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not. Find a cure for the vacuum victims of icon corruption. And recording. So not even the Allagons were able to find a cure, or rather, were not given the chance to do so, one cannot help but wonder what more motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul isn't the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. Yet, true, yet were we to simply reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught but diminish the individual's functional faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, and or risk them remaining its thrall. So if we could only make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transfer, the process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them from manageable into manageable bodies, if you will. By attempting to the technique, it may be possible to selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to those memories that existed prior to tempering. Thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory is sound, and our experience treating the light corruption would help us identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did. You are right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanisms, and I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I had reached would not provide the basis of a cure. And perhaps it's better that we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to supplement, stimulate magics, which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulation of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct your year's worth of testing within the space of a few days. And in theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. But it'll take more calculating power, a lot more. I honestly can't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. What else? Wait, a password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and be and a directory wouldn't keep it from a person's mind to look. To look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom, not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe the motto was freedom through technology, or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find. Bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. Things are about to get very busy. Luckily we have you to help, eh? Suffice it to say, I shall be of whatever help I can. All those magic tech terminals won't come cheap. Shut up, Tataru. Some things you shouldn't put a price on. We're getting there, Wolf Mage, one step at a time. As with our first foray into the labyrinth of the ancients, we seek to venture to the unknown, and in order to succeed, we require not only knowledge and preparation, but daring besides. Just like old times. Right. Well, Grahatia and I configure the terminals. I want the rest of you to procure supplies, namely ceruleum, fuel the terminals, and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Wolfmage and Alizé with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Promissory note. Take them to Sky Steel Manufactory in Asgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. The people there will give you aid. Yours is, well, a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. You stand at the Sky Steel Manufactory. What is your request? So you are after. In that case, please present a note to our engineer at the airship landing. He shall be glad to assist you. But the airship landing is not here. Cerulean, you've come to the right man. Fair warning, though. The price has shot up on account of the uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you've got the coin. Well now, a promissory note from the Ironwork. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem. It good as told to me.
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day? A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it. In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much? Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it. Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering. But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death, and it wouldn't be worth the trouble.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Whatever you say, Garland.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin.
I had not realized how much they changed his voice actor. By him, I mean Sid.
All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while. Damn it. It's overloading.
Chief! She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close! So very close!
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There! I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Fucking Graha with his photographic memory.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
Again, he requires a photographic memory to do something that, memorize something that fast. Alas, the Ironworks crew couldn't linger long. Far too much to do. Yet, but brief though our time together was, it was bloody good to see them. So we finally have it, the cure for tempering. All that remains is to put it to use. I shall be praying for your success on the front lines. In the end, we don't have to pay for the terminals, which is great for us, but I can't help but feel for my counterpart on the Ironworks. Forget us not. Alize has only one thing on her mind. At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. We cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof. And I'm I'm quietly confident. But I'm quietly confident. Well, if we're to test it on someone, I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. As long as you exercise due caution. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it'll be fine. Without further ado, then, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting for long enough. Okay, so we need to use the Aetherite, go to the Aft Castle, after Castle. I need to take a drink. Still warm. The coffee is still warm. Thank God for thermos. Just plain Alize is very fond of Gabu, to the extent that I have had. To the extent that I have a hand. To the extent that I have a hand in it, I shall do all in my power to bring him back. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our host bring Gabu to us at once.
Apologies for the wait.
Gabu, have you been good?
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment? Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin. Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn. Tis done.
No small amount indeed. Whew.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
How is that succeed? I'm certain of it. We need but have faith. Well, this seems as good a spot as any to have a rest. Population you. Gonna boop the nozzle. What you gonna do? Boop, 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 boop.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light-corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
Well, if it's any consolation, she's in awe of your work.
She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing. Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is. Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gabu!
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gabu. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gabu.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether, and while Alize was able to heal Gabu alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gabu, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I have to go now, Gabu, but the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
And he wanders off. Just to put this in perspective for people who don't know the full story, people who are tempered in this game, until now, were generally killed because there was no cure. Tempering means you praise a false god and are basically summoning them constantly, destroying the world. So that's how big of a fucking deal this is. They literally cured something that was uncurable and was causing people to have to be killed on sight. We did it. We brought Gabu back, and if I have anything to say on in the matter, he'll be the first of many. Alize will be exhausted from her efforts. You wouldn't think so to look at her now. If she is ready to press on, so am I. You may recall that in order to procure the ingredients for Angelo, we had no choice but to surrender ourselves to the whims of the pixies. But I should have done so with far better grace. But I should have done so with far better grace had I known what we would go on to achieve. Like master, like pupil, the traits of a wry smile is visible on Yashila's lips. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first, but this seems as good a time as any. Let us make for her cave. Time to go visit a witch in a cave. Yes, Master Matoya is basically a witch. She has frogs and brooms wandering around her cave, and she lives in a cave. She is basically a witch. Okay, let's see what we get on the Mount Roulette. We got Doggo. What mount is this? This one, Magnagram. Magnagram? Some say Magnagram is merely a myth. Others believe it to be an extinct beast. Both are wrong, as you will well know. According to Abilene legend, this fearsome hound roams the celestial sphere in pursuit of the moon. Dumb text is in the way, whose light it relishes, or so it may appear to those who witness the soaring skies spewing spectral flames. Yep, mounts have their own little text. And I think from now on, if I get a mount out, I'm gonna read the text if I haven't read it recently. It has been some time since Master Matoya last saw Yishtal. What a lot they will have to talk about. Do you remember when last we came here? It was to find out why the others had collapsed. If someone had told me then that they'd been whisked away to another world, I would probably have laughed in their face. You live and you learn, eh? Master of Matoria is something of a legend among our dons. I bit my tongue because you scared me. I have drank. I very much look forward to meeting her. If not the dressing down I am liable to receive for my inept attempt at summoning you. I take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil. Very well.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day. So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Let me tell you why I said she's weak. Look at her familiar, the broom. Look at her outfit. She also has Prago familiars. He also has another broom over here. He also has a crap ton of books. He is literally the textbook image of a witch. In case you've ever wondered, Alphanode got his innocence streak from our mother, and it can be rather endearing, even useful in certain situations. But most of the time, it just makes me want to shake him, or he stole. Moldy old hole. He really must miss the place. Where does she mean, do you think? Some manner of hidden workshop, perhaps? A pork seed that produces pork seeds. What an inspired idea. By the way, Wolf Mage, do you think I misspoke earlier? I assure you was not my intention to embarrass anyone. Oh, Alphino. Alright. Off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiars there. That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars, mayhaps a monster or two, but nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to the Baker's quarter. I'll send one of my Poragos ahead to let you into the workshop. Indeed, only tell him who you are. You need only tell him who you are. Once one cannot be too careful, after all. Off you go. And I think this is a good place to end the stream for today. Next time, opening up, we are going to be starting a new dungeon right off the bat. So until next time, I hope you guys enjoyed my stream. I hope you guys stop by again. Till next time, I've been Wolf Mage 1011. I'll see you guys then. Bye!